Hello? Is it working? Yes, okay, hello. Let me know if the game audio levels are okay. I'm not sure if they're too loud or not. Because I don't have the voice stacking anymore, so. No! 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 Wait, how many other furry streamers do you know then? This is slander. They're all furries. Are you one too then? I think we were very close to finishing this trial, I think. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember where we were. Oh, I don't know. I think we were talking about the music disc. I think we had to prove that the blood on that disc is his or something like that. Because he dismissed our... Well, him and the Van Zeeks dismissed the blood analysis technology that Iris and Chelms worked on. The disc. I don't remember his voice. Okay, there's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me.
Hold it!
I need to drink some water. Okay. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communication officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So, you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. Fine black overcoat, my ass, that thing was falling apart. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that says for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, was interested to discover that he shared my penchant. Penchant? Let's go with penchant. My penchant in that area. So the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promise to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of your overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. My throat is very clogged right now, dear Lord.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. Okay, redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused on the day in question. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Winterbanks. Get your hands on Mr. McGilded's desk.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. Okay, proceeded at once to the shop to explain my situation. Oops, I didn't mean to present, I meant to press.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windobanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of pickpurse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Oh my god, I keep pressing present. They both start with P, and I get confused. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. That was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me.
There's something wrong, Inspector. What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's none. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. I didn't realize he was a cat. What's all this about? Oh my god, maybe he's a furry too. It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had no reason to break into the shop later.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear. But didn't Chums pawn the alchemy set? Like his, whatever, that must have been worth a lot, right? And that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true.
You know, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
In this game's setting, a furry would not be a concept, but maybe they might throw an anthropomorphic party. Oh my god. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibank's. Then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
Police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Grexy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Okay, what do I have? Well, let's look at my evidence. This is the ticket. One small box? What is this? Can't find anything out of place. I don't remember. Oh, I think that must have just been the one we picked up for the photograph. Let's see. One gentleman's overcoat. Maybe it could be that the blood on it is... Well, the thing is, he might disregard the blood, but... The fact is, there's blood on this. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so had to use anything he had on hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. It was blood, this stain, like we suspected.
That's right. These wonderful concoctions do prove that.
I don't suppose.
Gina couldn't have been wearing leather gloves that night, could she? Ginny would never wear gloves. She's a pickpocket. She relies on being able to feel with her fingertips.
I could be wrong, but I think I'm being told off. Look at this photograph. Every time I say photograph, that plays in my head and I hate it. Okay, note on the McGilded case. Today's paper, no. Autopsy report, what was it? It's a note. Item belongs to me. Ticket was stolen from me by the accused. On the day in oh! Maybe we should show the blood then. Do you think that does something? Let me go to options and save quickly. Because he said, the ticket was stolen on the day in question. But then how did that blood stain get on there?
Objection.
Nope, that was not right. God damn it. It's like, I feel like sometimes I'm on the right track, but I'm just not doing it at the right time. Okay, stolen from me by the accused on the day in question. So my situation, redeem my article. Disc was taken by the police. I had no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Third bullet. Sholmes's pouch. Smear blood. Stereoscope. Nah. Skulkin Brothers, Winterbanks Gun crime scene. I don't have anything. I'm a little stumped. Do I have to maybe press him on something again?
Hold it!
Okay, same thing. I don't think he'll say anything different. I'm too tired and I don't have the patience. I'm gonna go look at the walkthrough. Alright, I'm pretty sure I'm on like the last part of the trial. Oh no, not even. I'm pretty close. I'm in the second half of the trial. Okay. Apparently I'm supposed to present the small box ticket on this statement. Because this is what McGilded also deposited. So we will do that.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Winterbanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. Oh, how the turntables.
What?
Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Winterbanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah! There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Winterbanks' pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah! This is the second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited?
The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What? Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Early's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the camera about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And then here we have another print. Though this one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
God damn, could you imagine, like, manually counting every single item in that picture? I think I would go insane. I think you would have that.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box. I fucking hope you tear open your wound. Like, I hope you do it. I might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What? Well, they didn't look at it stereoscopically. So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? The thing is, you have to look at it stereoscopically. Can I... There's no discrepancy, use a piece of evidence. I don't have evidence. Maybe if I point it out, I can... I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints.
What?
You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Indicate? Oh, shit. Can I use the stereoscope? Hold on. I don't know when I last saved.
Take that!
I thought this will let me use the stereoscope.
Objection!
Maybe this will let me go back. There's indeed a discrepancy here between our respective powers of reasoning. My powers of reasoning come up short. Okay.
Can't give up, Bruno. You can do this.
And she's cross-eyed.
Okay, yeah, let me go with... Use a piece of evidence. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. There we go, this is what I wanted to do.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which pieces of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify discrepancy between the two prints?
Stereoscope.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Ooh. Yes, you've got the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Is that what they're calling it? Sure, number 3. What a surprise.
Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
Oh, okay, that box. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What?
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Okay, well, it's right here.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. This is so funny to see. And the judge being cross-eyed.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is, in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything, because otherwise I would not proceed with the game. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Seeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Homoerotic staring. Okay, and now Eggert has joined. Who else is going to be staring? No, that's it? Okay, I felt like I was watching Twilight all over again. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks.
This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponi speciality, it would seem.
What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense.
The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
You know, that does make rather a lot of sense.
It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Oh, goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough.
But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm certain of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by the fine citizen could have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
I don't know if a blood stain counts. Because well, I guess we'll see what I can pick. Well, because I don't think I have any evidence that they would accept, because there is the blood stain, but they won't accept it.
What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything.
Maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Well, we don't really have an option, do we?
My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accuser's standing and your own.
I have. Lord Van Seeks, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish. All right then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the court of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris, we're on your side. All right then. I'll talk.
It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pond articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it, then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is that Brickmaker Co. was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over in the end, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do or run to the pawn shop roundabout. Threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial.
Doesn't matter, he's dead already.
It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done to this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the whole lot of you. Mr. Nero-Odo, the lawyer there. He didn't know nothing about it.
Are you dying? You should go sleep.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. The lies have stopped. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pond articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend.
Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
We're just gonna press on everything.
Hold
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what you told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. For Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances.
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They keep talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Okay.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Would this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat on the cove. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. At first there was a kind of rapping noise.
Okay, all of a sudden I heard a scream from over me.
And a pair of the roof jack went off to call the slops.
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right.
They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the belly in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. Thank you for the headbands and the boop.
I meant to add a sound effect, but I don't know what I want to add, where it's like something like that.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Oh my goodness, Beppo.
Beppo Bismo. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
Okay, that's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop.
Hold it!
Oh, thank you for the follow, Cammy.
Oh, thank you for the head pat cowpers. That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Yep. And did you also know you're in a video game and that none of this is real? Oh, sorry, Cammy. Those commands are for the mods, so they don't have to spend channel points. Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind while he was in the stand. But I believe the head pat redeem isn't too expensive. It's like 50 channel points, I think I made it. Yeah.
Eggert took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure that disc must be worth than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? Also, heads up, we have ads in 4 minutes. You know what? I'm gonna snooze. They're gonna happen in about 9 minutes instead. I remember her quibbing with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. Backflips. You know what? I don't think I can do it. No, I've never even attempted a backflip because I know I can't do it.
The driver looked pretty happy when the Gilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off a lick.
Thank you. I feel so moist now.
Then the box trotter called to me and told me to come out from the Drax cabin.
Threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one. Thank you for the hydrate. Wow, I am so moist tonight. Oh my god. Oh, I meant to present. There we go. No, press. Threatened you? How exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to scarp if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in the court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never. How do you get channel points? So how channel points work is normally like, as you watch, you earn them. Let's see. I don't remember the exact amount. But like, as you watch, you earn them. It's just like a passive thing that you earn for watching a stream. And then like every so often, there's like a little bonus you can claim. Let's see, how to earn. Ow! But yeah, every 5 minutes, you earn 10 points. And then every 15 minutes, you can redeem a little bonus of 50 points. It's like this little like thing that'll pop up that you'll have to click on. I know if you want to work around that, there are some extensions that automatically claim that bonus for you.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
I'll never get over that sound. It's so funny. I don't even know where it comes from. Okay, did I read this? I don't think I read this line.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in a lug to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
Oh. I see you guys are exploring the redeems. But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGildy have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the release. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see.
Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Jeannie's really putting her faith in you, Bruno.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
I did, though. I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that? Oh, I see you two whispering.
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Oh, save. Sure. I guess as I press her, something is gonna happen, I think.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabinet at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? Okay. I don't think any dialogue is gonna change. I feel like at some point there's going to be a reaction from one of these two that I'm gonna be able to pursue. I just don't know which statement it is. I'm gonna assume that the brickmaker was trying to sell the music box thing, and McGilded did not want to pay for it, or he like didn't agree on the price, and then stabbed the man to get it. Saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden I heard a scream from me. Which one of these would? I don't know which one of these would. Oh, okay. It's supposed to be then in any statement, pursue them. I see. So it doesn't matter. I just gotta pursue them. Okay. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon. Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective other after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. Yeah, he's definitely guilty. We just need to prove it. It would appear on that night, 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. Okay, well the ads are supposed to start in 30 seconds. Those are going to be 3 minutes of ads, and then we will get back to the game. So I will see you in 3 minutes. So that makes me wonder. Gina's gonna get, well, she's gonna get something for perjury. But then there's also us. What's gonna happen to us? Are we gonna, like, lose our... We technically don't even have a license, do we? It was just literally, we went to Lord Strongheart and he was like, ah, yes, do this trial, and if you get your client acquitted, you can be a lawyer. Let's look at our evidence, actually. I have no idea what could be in the box. I thought maybe the box could be like the music player, but I think it's too small to play that disc. Okay. I'm pretty sure we have to use the notes at some point. I just don't know what we're gonna end up presenting. And we still haven't learned what's behind Iris's manuscripts. There's still supposedly 1 minute left of ads. Because you know this blood is his. Yeah, I don't know. Because obviously... I really don't think I can think of anything until we get that box and find out what was inside. Or I guess what was supposed to be inside. But maybe they didn't get to steal whatever was in it. The question is, what was which bullet came from what? I'm still trying to figure out, I guess, Eggert's gun. Also, welcome back from the ads. Twitch gave me 8 ads, I'm so sorry. Every hour or so, I run like 3 minutes of ads to avoid pre-rolls. So I know people's preferences differ on this. Some people prefer having pre-roll ads and no mid-rolls, meaning that whenever someone comes into their stream, they get ads, but then after that, they don't get any more. But then that's kind of like not great if you don't have a big audience that like will come to watch you. It doesn't help with discovery very well, so one way is to run 3 minutes of ads every hour, and then you don't get pre-rolls, so anybody who comes into your stream doesn't get hit with any ads. Welcome back, though. Alright. I don't remember if I read this line. I'll just read it again anyway. McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited, and why shouldn't I have gotten? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Yeah?
I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
If you save up enough points, you can throw enough items to take away all the hearts. My lord. Oh, I don't know who said that. Oh, there was the bailiff. It's back. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Theoretically, the box should be empty, right? Because if it was moved, that means someone was able to get into it. What will happen if you lose all hearts? Well, I don't know. You'll have to find out. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. I will say that it does heal over time, so it would have to be in like a short time frame. Alright, I think we're in the last stretch of this trial. A challenge accepted? This doesn't... You know what? This is actually kind of a nice box.
So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night... Oh, this is me. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's a music box! It is a music box, oh my goodness.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case, so we get to play the thing now, can't we? The thing is, my suspicion about what's actually on the music disc is like, It would appear that the box house is a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Winterbanks at much the same time.
All I know is you need to present the second music disc for evidence 1 time. Oh, okay. It's alright, I'll figure it out. If I need help, I'll ask for it. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. It was my disc. Oh my god, did you murder thrice-fired Mason? Is that what you did, Cammy? It was secretly a cookie. The disc was a cookie? Is that what you mean?
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
This is what I've been waiting for this entire case. Wait, my lord.
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
I'm supposed to be on a diet, but I'm a cat, so I don't blame you. Cookies are delicious. Do you have a favorite type of cookie? I know, like, chocolate chip is a classic most people can agree on. Chocolate? The music box and the disc, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection.
Oh, that's true. That would kill you. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. Gregson said hold it? Yeah, he did. He said it with his whole chest. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Oh!
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
If what's on it is what I think it is, then it's probably not a good idea to play it here. Also, how is it playing with this piece of paper slapped onto it? Like, I don't understand. Yeah. I figure it's Morse code because of the telegrams. I'm pretty sure this is state secrets that are being played right now. What on earth? Also, can I take Gregson's fish and chips if he goes to jail? I mean, sure. But the thing is, he's clenched those things in his fist. He stuffed them in his pockets. Are you sure you still want those fish and chips? Like, I don't know. It sounds like they would be kind of gross.
That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken.
No, you're just stupid. I keep waiting for him to tear open his wound. Like, every time he does a shimmy, I keep hoping he breaks it open, but it doesn't happen. I'm so sad. Grabs water again, I'll make him buy me one. If you could convince Iris could easily make him buy one for you. Broken? It can't be, can it? Like, I'm surprised, like, juror number... was it 4? Or, I don't know, but like that telegram lady, I'm surprised... Wait, no! Isn't his job to work with the telegrams? Like, isn't that his job to, like, send telegram messages or whatever? So he should know what it means. Unless he's pretending to not know. I mean, he could be pretending to not know. So he's either pretending or he's actually really stupid.
Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Both? Probably both.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Oh yes, Cammy, I don't know if you want to save up your points. Because I mentioned earlier that the hearts heal over time, so if you do want to see what happens if all the hearts are gone, you would have to, like, basically do all the redeems at once before the hearts get a chance to go back up. Yes, alright. Did I accidentally skip something? I forget.
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it?
Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be, yes. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. More mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. Yeah, 250 I think is what you would need. Let me... Okay, well, that doesn't want to work. Let me do this. I will refund you for that last one, and then you can save up 250 for that. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. You forgot you have the Great Ace Attorney on Switch? Did you have it on somewhere else?
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
When I present the newspaper, no. I have to do something about telegrams, like, I don't know. Let me save, though. No? Have you played this? Did you play this on the Switch? Did you manage to play all 2 games? In the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. No? Oh no. I'm not spoiling anything, am I? Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
You play Phoenix Wright game more? Oh, I finished that. I did like it. Although, you know what? I don't know. I just feel like there's just something about Great Ace Attorney that has like the characters. They're like a lot. I don't know. I like the character development in Great Ace Attorney more. I think it's just because all the characters are a lot more wacky. Rich to the turnabout was sad. Yeah.
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not.
I think if I ever replay the Phoenix Wright games, I will probably still cry at every at every single case where something sad happened.
I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, well,
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet.
Bruno. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Oh. Thank you, Iris. Yeah. Got it, did kill someone, but he didn't deserve jail time. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see any other way it could have gone, though, when it was revealed that he did do it. Nobody asked Grayson, you're a witness. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? But God, it was a bit annoying. Well, he did throw many coffees at Phoenix's head. He would say infinite penalty. He did say things like that. I feel like he was always like, I don't know, there was like a part of him that was like jealous about Phoenix's relationship with Mia.
Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. Because he was closer to her, yeah.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
All right then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is... Maybe I have to examine something again. Let me examine the music box and the disc again. Oh, I can't examine the music box. I've already looked at the disc though. Can't find anything out of place. We did look at the bloodstain. Looked at the paper. Feel bad for God though, he was poisoned and his girlfriend was killed. Yeah. And then he basically just went on this like whole thing for revenge. Wanna hear a fun fact kinda? Sure. Evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc. Blood samples, manuscript, case notes. Is there anything about this paper? I don't know if I searched up why he wore a ring and it said he was gonna marry Mia. No! No! Oh, that makes everything so much more sad. God damn it. So, he never got over her, clearly. Okay. Okay, yeah, I am supposed to present the newspaper. Okay, today's paper. Yeah, I mean, honestly, looking at their interactions, they seemed kind of sweet. They seemed, like, good together. Of course, it was mostly, what we saw was mostly just him teasing her. But still. Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, it's a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please. Oh, do you think they're intercepting it and, like, it gets recorded on the music disc? Also, I feel like he didn't hate Phoenix. He was just sad about her death and how he didn't see. Yeah, I think what it boiled down to, because from what I remember, it was all like, you were supposed to protect her, you were by her side, you were supposed to protect her, and you didn't, and now she's dead. That was basically the gist of it all, I think. And he blamed himself too? Yeah, he did. Hopefully the judge doesn't read about Cookie Thief Cat. Are you a Cookie Thief Cat? So if any cookies go missing, we know who to blame. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Obviously Maya. I mean, true, I would believe it was Maya too. Although she's probably in jail, so I don't think she could have like taken the cookies. Yes, that's correct. The particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code?
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Oh, there we go, another high treason.
Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I'd have expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. I think why Gumshoe isn't in Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice. Rip his salary. Why do you think he wasn't in there? I haven't played Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice yet. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. They keep cutting his salary? Oh, maybe, that could be. I don't know, I feel like as long as Edgeworth is like around,
He wouldn't let that happen to Gumshoe, I want to believe. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then, by all means, counter the charges, sir. I don't think I'm following. Maya did what? The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of a pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank, that being a most flagitious... flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are?
When you think about it, wasn't the Fae Clan made by now? I don't actually know. I'm assuming they've been around for like a very long time. They never stated how long, but like I'm assuming. But yeah, I haven't met any of the Fae ancestors. Like they just haven't appeared, and I don't know if they will make an appearance. But at first I thought maybe Susato. Like potentially it could be like Susato, but like I don't know, it doesn't seem like it. Or maybe it is. No, her last name's not Faye. There was Amy Faye. I don't remember when Amy Faye was around.
Name's Nash Skokin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skokin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right, we're what they call the Three Skokin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Want to hear another fact? Sure. Okay, Graydon's counter.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the cafe the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. Skokin.
What Mr. do, Governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov, we did.
Okay. Quiet it down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Creighton? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer who shot it, was eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Everyone in the Fae clan was supposed to die like Pearl, but the only one that would survive would be Maya. Oh! So then they were supposed to have everyone die and then pin it all on Maya. Damn. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant to the proceedings. Nobody would pin Maya? That's all I know. Oh, okay. However, as it was, I will admit it in the court record as evidence. Okay, time to press on everything.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Oh no, stop. Let's say something. Stop.
Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regularly communicate station officers. We regularly communication
God, why am I stumbling so hard?
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Creighton is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Creighton is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Creighton. Well, what of it? Transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in cipher. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. I bet Maya would go to jail for stealing a burger. That sounds like a thing she would do. Maya would go to jail for anything, let's be honest. Like, the girl has been to jail so many times. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, at, like, the station, she has her own prison cell.
Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop.
Mr. Creighton regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Come, she will say not again. Yeah, he's gonna be like, my pay is gonna be cut again. God damn it, Maya. Why'd you have to steal that burger? Creighton is highly skilled operator. Stop. Oh, same thing. In presence of an idol. But your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Phoenix would just quit. I don't think he would do that to Maya. I feel like if she ever even if she had like 100 trials, like he would still defend her. Okay, sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. They're not? To anyone with a brain, they would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I don't know who's laughing. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? She's been accused 4 times already? I know, right? It's like... Yeah, I don't know. It's just... It's such a sad number of times Maya's been, accused. Have you played Apollo Justice? No, I have not. I am waiting for... Well, I don't know if I'll buy it right away. I know the remake is going to be released on Steam in, like, near the end of January. So I'm hoping to play the remake. But, I heard it's, like, they're asking for quite a bit of money for it, so I'm not sure if I'll buy it right away. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. I can't land a voice for her. I don't know. Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. And this is B.
Like, I don't think my brain could handle learning Morse code. It's like so many dots and dashes. Like, how do you remember, you know?
Then you listen to the sound produced by this music box. You hear only one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say, but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So many other things would slot into place so nicely.
There'd still be something I haven't considered. Well, I never examined it, so... It comes with Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice. Yeah, I think it's another trilogy, I think. Unless... Yeah. What was your favorite case from the first game? Oh... Probably the one with, like, the biggest plot twist. I can't remember which one it was, but it was near the end. Not my favorite, but, like, a very memorable one is, like, the one with Matt on guard. I don't know which case that was. I don't know if they mentioned which case it was. It was Farewell My Turn. Oh, first game. I don't know about the first game. I don't remember what was what trials were in the first game because all of it just kind of blurs together for me. You can. There's no guarantee I will remember it all. It was Ace Attorney, I think that was like right the first game. Okay, first turnabout.
Oh, okay, that one was that one. I guess probably Turnabout Goodbyes from the... If we're speaking strictly the first game, it's probably Turnabout Goodbyes. That's my favorite one. Because that's the one where you, like, get to know a lot more from Edgeworth. And I'm pretty sure that's also the one where it's, like, the unnecessary feelings, where that line pops up. Which, isn't today supposed to be the anniversary of that? Because it happened on, like, October 20th. Yeah, so probably if I had to pick from the first game, Turnabout Goodbyes. Solely because of Edgeworth. December, was it? Oh, I don't know. Alright. Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? I never got to examine it. Oh, there we go. Oh, December 28th. Oh, that's DL6. Oh, okay, never mind. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. This comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. I play too much Ace Attorney? Well, there's no such thing as too much. If you like it, you like it. Is this the same thing? Okay, yeah, this is the same thing. I thought, like, maybe I clicked on the music disc. Although I suppose if I click on this, would it still be the same thing? See how the 4 McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
I know all the criminals for games 1 to 4. And I'm playing the Miles Edgeworth game. Oh, I want to play that game, but they don't have, you can't play it on the computer unless, you use an emulator. Because I know it's available on, like, the mobile stores. And maybe, like, the GS or something? I don't know. But, like, as far as I remember, the only place I could find it was the mobile stores. And so I was thinking that if I ever wanted to play it, I would just have to, like, emulate it. You have 273 coins. What are the coins for? Can you buy cookies with those coins? Points. Oh, channel points. Well, if you want, you can just do 5 redeems and see what happens when all the hearts are gone. Okay, it doesn't seem like I can look at anything else other than this button at the bottom. And that's what happens. Which is what always happens when someone loses all their hearts, they just die. You needed one more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, that was 5. I think that was 250. Okay, we're gonna look at this button. Oh,
What is it, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
All right then, here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the Oh, this is Iris.
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So does that mean you can set another disc to play on this backside?
Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Oh. Maybe. Oh. Do you think one disc is dash and the other is dot? Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box?
This movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one.
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Okay, well, that's it then. I think that's all we need. I hope that's all we needed. I will save though. Oh, hello, Bayo. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. Does the game sound overpower the cow purrs a little too much? I don't know. I wish I could manually adjust the music in this game, but like I can't. It's either on or it's off, which I think is really weird, but alrighty. Give it a try. Purrs was loud enough? Okay, that's good. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? God, why is English so hard? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required. Dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Let me open that. Oh, we already went through this. Anyways, the bottom opens up. Oh my god, what are you waiting for? Open it. Look at that, there's another thingy, and it produces a different tone. I got my car back and saw the YouTube video of what they did. They had to remove the center console and the dash to fix the AC. I'm so glad I paid for the extended warranty. Labor would have been at least 2,200 in parts. Yeah, I don't know what goes into repairing the AC, but I know, because the car I got was like secondhand and like the AC was broken and that had to be fixed. I don't know how much it was though, because it was like my aunt or uncle who took care of that. Okay, and I think I'll just present this.
Got it!
Was that the first time I've ever heard a got it? I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't hear it very often. Also, we have ads in 5 minutes, heads up. Good gracious, what am I looking at here?
Paid for the AC repairs or they did it themselves? Well, I paid for it. Because what it was is, my dad set aside money for everybody. Well, not everybody, but for like, because me and one of my sisters, we both passed our exams. And so he was like, you each get this amount of money to get a car. And we're like, cool. Because he was sick and tired of driving everybody. And so if we had our own cars, we could like drive ourselves and like drive our mom to places that she needed to go. And, so my aunt was helping me with finding a car, and she found one, but the time she set up to go inspect the car, I was working and I wouldn't have been able to make it, so she went instead with my uncle. Also for some reason they decided it would be a good idea to go in the evening. I don't know why. But yeah, they quote unquote looked at it. I don't think they looked at it very thoroughly, but they were like, well, it looks okay. And basically in a phone call, my aunt was like, the car looks okay. Do you want it or not? If you want the car, I have to pay the deposit now. So do you want it or not? And so basically I was pressured into saying yes or no. And if I said no, then I would not be getting the car. And if I said yeah, basically I just ended up saying yes. And turns out that car had a lot of problems, and I don't think it was worth what they paid for it. Well, they didn't pay for it, but like my dad did. But like I don't think it was worth the money it was being sold for. Like I think they could have gotten it for a lot less. Guy said that the AC was broken, but it was repaired. It was not repaired properly. It still needs to be fixed again. The door jammed on me, and so that had to be fixed. Also turns out the brake pads were basically completely worn out almost. And also some of like the, what is it? The little, what are they called? The rotor? I don't know. The things that press against the brake pad basically also were like shit as well. So basically I was driving a not very good car for the longest time, and like I thought it was my driving that was terrible. Cause I was like, I don't think it's supposed to be this hard to brake, but okay. They are not car people. I don't think they've bought a secondhand car in their life. They're the kind of people that like buy brand new cars. Like I think in the past few years they've gone through like 3 or 4 new cars. And they are not they don't know anything about cars really. So yeah, pretty sure I got a lemon. Anyways, back to this game. Yeah, great, right? They're rich people? I don't know to what extent. They like to gaslight me a lot about it, so I don't actually know how rich they are. But they must be if they can afford all the stuff they're buying, so. There's no problem that money can't fix. Yeah, except that doesn't apply to me. So then when it becomes my problem, I don't have the money for it. I hope they keep paying for repairs. No, they stopped. After that initial like thing with the like yeah, I had to like like for replacing the brake pads and like some of like the, I think they're called rotors or something like that. I don't remember, but like those plate thingies to repair those, I had to pay for that all. Although, I guess lucky for me, my mom was willing to pay half. Yeah, they are called rotors. Yeah, those things, those things were rusty as hell. And like, cause like I took a picture and I sent it to Shiro and I'm like, is it supposed to look like this? And he's like, no, that's bad. That is so bad. They were like covered in like a rust or whatever. And I was like, oh. Let me tell you though, when I got the car back, oh my god, I have never, braking felt so weird because I wasn't used to like braking being so quick.
Also, the tires that came with the car was they were winter tires. I didn't know they were winter tires because my family told me that they were all season tires. Because, you know, obviously I never went to go inspect the car. I also snoozed the ads so I could keep ranting, so another 5 minutes. And basically, when I went to Costco to change my tires, they're like, because I had ordered the tires and everything, right? And they're like, they called me like a couple of minutes after I brought my car in, and they're like, so the tires you brought, because I think I wanted to, what was it? I had bought winter tires, and so I swapped to the winter tires. And by the time it was time to switch back to like all season tires, they were like, so the tires you brought to be changed are also winter tires. And I was like, fuck me. And so I also had to buy all season tires. And apparently the tires that came with the car were kind of crap anyway, so really was not worth the money that it was being sold for. Oh no, I ate a raisin oatmeal cookie? You don't like raisin oatmeal? I think it's pretty good. Does it snow heavily where you're at? It's not so bad in some of the provinces, because I'm along the west coast. Like, I'm on like the west side of Canada, so... Although, I guess even on the west side, you have some provinces that snow a lot. But, where I am, it's not too bad. And most of the, streets, if there's too much snow, they'll have, like, the machines to plow the snow and, like, salt the roads. So it's not too bad. But, like, winter tires would still... You would still need them. To find too bad. I mean, I don't think snow usually goes up past my ankles. I guess last winter though was there was quite a bit of snow, like maybe like halfway up my calf. I don't know, I don't recall. But like the roads are always plowed anyway and like salted. The main roads are salted anyway, and so it's like it's fine, but like I would rather have winter tires. My leg hurts. Oh no, Cammy, what did you do? Did the oatmeal raisin cookie fight back? You said knees, right? I don't think it went up to my knees. I think like halfway up to there. Like I said, like my calves. But I honestly can't remember. I just remember like there was a lot of snow. I had to shovel the driveway. I got to make lots of snowballs though, so 1 feet, probably around there. I don't recall. But I think it was the most snow I've seen. Anyways. I am done ranting. I just feel tired from that now, goddamn. Started taking the bus to get to and from the dealership. They stopped selling monthly bus passes, but they capped the daily max fare. Bus riding's not too bad. Oh, really? Because the whole point of, like, monthly passes is that it's supposed to be cheaper than, like, paying every time you use the bus. So, I don't know. Because the system here is that to, like, every time you pay to use the bus or the trains, it's more expensive than if you were to just buy a, like, monthly pass. I want to eat Raisin Canes. Is that a cookie brand? I don't remember. It sounds familiar to me. Also, ads are in a minute. I will probably just run them manually. You know, there's a brand of biscuits I really like. They're Biscoffs. They're really yummy. Oh, I don't have that here. This must be like an American thing. But it looks really good from the pictures. I do like me some chicken. It's a chicken finger place? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's a thing in Canada. I've never heard of it. Also, ads are in like 20 seconds. So yes, I will run them now. I'm actually going to take a bathroom break because I need to pee. You guys can also take a break as well. I don't know, eat more cookies, do what you do, and then I will see you in 3 minutes. Let me just put the ye old bag on my head. Hold on. There we go. I'm off to the bathroom. Okay, I am back. They have an app for the bus pass now. It didn't show up on my, I don't know what that acronym stands for, page. I have to keep the app open for it to work. Oh. We have cards here that you can use and like load passes on. I know some people also just straight up use their credit cards to like pay every time they get onto the bus. But yeah, because of school, I get a monthly bus pass. They make everyone pay for it, so you might as well use it. And also because, I don't know, I just don't like driving, so if I can avoid it, I'd rather just take the bus. Welcome back from the ads. I ate ramen and my tummy feels bad. Cammy, it sounds like you eat a lot of things and it upsets your tummy. First the cookies, and then your leg hurts, and now the ramen and your tummy. I don't know, is there a correlation there? Did you maybe have like something spicy? Oh my god. You know those fire noodles? So I bought the curry flavored ones, and I like them a lot. They're very tasty. And I don't know. They didn't burn as much as I thought. Emotional eating? Oh no. Yeah, sometimes emotional eating is it's not the healthiest habit to have. Depending on how far you let it get out of control. I ate Cholula ramen. Is that a brand? I don't recognize it. Alright. I think what we did is we presented to the judge the bottom of the music box where we opened up a secret compartment. Did I beat this line? Probably not. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. Back with mint ice cream? Oh, hell yeah. Do you like doing that, Bayo? It's like, Friday night, I'm gonna treat myself to mint ice cream. I don't mind mint ice cream. It's not... I guess it depends. I actually haven't had mint ice cream in a while, mint chocolate ice cream in a while, so... I can't really say with certainty whether I like or dislike it. Because there are certain mint-flavored items that I can't eat without thinking of toothpaste. I was craving that yesterday. Do you also like mint chocolate ice cream, Gammy? I had 4 quarts in the freezer. Oh, dang. I don't remember how big 4 quarts is. You Americans and your confusing system. Even though Canada is like the weird hybrid between the States and like England or whatever. 4 courts to leaders. It's your king system, yeah. Don't blame us. Want to hear a sad thing? I mean, sure, as long as it's not severely depressing. 3.78 liters. Oh, okay, so that's like... That is like 2 Coke bottles or 1 milk jug? I don't know, of ice cream. Even though I'm a cat, I'm lactose intolerant. I don't know about cats, but I know most dogs are lactose intolerant. Like, if you give them milk, they will shit diarrhea. Most of them. Like, you're supposed to give them like a specific, like they sell like some sort of like goat's milk in like pet stores for like puppies and stuff. I don't know about cats. I'm not sure if it's the same for cats, but I do know that for dogs, they are mostly lactose intolerant, usually. I have 3 goals as a cat when I hear them. Sure.
And may I remind the court that, as the witnesses pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. Head pats, sleep, and treats. That sounds like good goals, though. I, too, would like to have that as well. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay, how are they linked? Did I ask him? Did I press the other stuff? No, I haven't pressed him on the other stuff yet. Okay, we'll press him on this. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. Wait, this is called the Great Ace Attorney. Yes, it is. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness's testimony. Man, okay, what do I have in my evidence? Music box, bullet, no. I don't think these photographs will help. Autopsy report, no. Okay, what about the case notes? Male brickmaker, East End of London. But Ryunosuke isn't an attorney. He technically is. Because I think after the first trial, he was appointed as one. Or at least one in study. It's a tip I'd like to share away, Bayo. Iris's manuscript. We still haven't learned about the manuscript. Is it this? Because the only thing I can find that would link them is like the blood. Because I don't have anything else in my inventory. We'll press this. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, say?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Silly me thought he was just popping over for a nat after all these years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
Well, the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
What?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Oh, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add a maneuver.
Oh, my app tracking died.
But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Oh, from the poor part. Maybe he knows Mason from then. I also find it funny that they have apples and pears and it's like the shape of their bodies. Is that so?
Well, he was always the leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gotten through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oh, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant? Yes, add it. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more, a Skulkin's never skulkin'.
My car battery was getting kind of crusty, so I asked them to take a look at it. They wanted 200 to replace, but Costco was 120. Costco reduced their warranty from 36 months replacement to 36 months prorated for their car batteries. Costco is now a terrible deal for car batteries. It used to be amazing with a 5-year replacement. Oh, okay. Note to self, do not go to Costco to replace my car batteries. Okay. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. I want to press on this. So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. We ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Winterbank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Winterbank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us what to do. It was his plan.
Why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windibanks that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell ya.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Okay, I'm gonna press them on this. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model? So, how did your little business work exactly?
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, you would leave your them full again, right? So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for all the price. For half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
Nah, what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switched them over. See, our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A duddle, right?
I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime.
It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slum that we lived in. Oh, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think it. But look at him now. He's only gone and become a blinking communication officer, ain't he?
A communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Soames and Wilson's milk run.
No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? A negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago in the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the break maker, who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Maybe I should ask about the name? Milverton? Milverton, actually. What about the name? Who's Milverton? We're gonna skip until we get to the options, but we're gonna ask them about the name. Business name. Oh, hello, Kylie. How are you doing? Welcome. I hope your... What is the day today? I hope your Friday or Saturday is going well. Help, I fell on the sun. How do you fall into the sun, Cammy? What did you do? It's like I look away for a minute and then something disastrous has happened. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out, it's...
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well...
It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. Okay. Okay, we've already read through this. I'm pretty sure. Wasn't that Breakmaker's last name? What was his last name? Mason Milverton! You guys were brothers! Why is your brother so poor? You didn't want to help him out? I don't know what I'm supposed to show. Like I know probably on like one of the statements where he says like he has no relation. But I don't know what piece of evidence I'm supposed to... Okay. Is he Morse code? I have no relation to the man. It's either I... You know what? Let me save, actually. It's either I present... Maybe I present the notes, because it does say his name. Let's see. Can I present? I cannot present people. I think I have to show the McGilded case notes, because I don't have anything else that says his name. This could go horribly wrong.
Objection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. Wait a minute! No! Mason Milverton is his father, isn't it? That would make a lot of sense also why he wouldn't help him. Damn, okay. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man whom we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't.
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. Yes, Cammy? Is something wrong? And selling it on... Where was I? And selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Oh! That twirl. I'm still surprised he hasn't torn open his wounds. I found an attorney badge and I put it on. Now I need to defend Maya. No, what you need to do is show it to everybody. You need to present it to every single person you meet. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. You do that already? The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there.
But that attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh? We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. Okay, Maya's gone to jail for stealing all the burgers from In-N-Out, so yeah, time to present my badge. Your Honor, my client didn't mean to eat all the hamburgers. She was hungry. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Oh, his wound tore open. His wound tore open, I can see it. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh! 2 nights ago, We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. Oh my god, rip my boy Sholmes. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? Oh, that's just ketchup from the burger Maya stole. I don't even know. Did they have ketchup back then? I don't know when ketchup was invented. Although I guess you could just easily go with like tomato juice or something like that.
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid the pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. How he's like actively bleeding, and how can he shimmy like that? Like nothing's wrong. Graydon looks like a bully I have at school. Oh God. If that were the case, I wouldn't be able to look at that bully without thinking of the name Eggert Benedict. And then laughing because that's such a dumb name. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is...
Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Oh. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never once consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. So it's basically his word against hers. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocketed girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what?
God damn.
Order! Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon.
Yes.
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
Oh, I understand fully. My tummy feels better. That's good. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Oh, I gotta tear this man's testimony to pieces. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Alright, this must be the last bit. This has to be. Because if I can prove he's lying, that means he killed him. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. That doesn't add up, though. There was only one gun. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now, as an act of self-preservation. I want to smack this man, oh my god. And no, I'm not a 5-year-old, I'm not in elementary school. I don't think anyone said you were. The truth.
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood spattered over the accuser's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. She wasn't wearing that. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown and to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
How dare you? Sholmes is number 1.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagents used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
But it was all purple, wasn't it? Yeah. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. So you see, my hand was forced to tell the truties from loss of blood? My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Seeks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with a cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Okay, the moment of the shooting. We're gonna have to press him on everything. I was still near the entrance to the shop. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scaring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all me life. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was running to help me little brother, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you are setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you.
Sorry, Gov.
Okay, when Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. I guess it grazed him? The only way that makes sense is if it grazed him. Because I think it would have been a lot worse if that bullet had gone through him.
Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
I pulled me gun on him. He tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do? Pursued the man, but he shut himself in there. Could see the people. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job, made of stout wood. but there's a small opening on it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
And what about and what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Well, one of them seems too short.
No, not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Oh, the defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. How many hearts do you have? If you mean when you throw items at me, there should be 5. I believe there should be 5. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection.
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. Then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I ate an entire Subway foot-long ham sandwich. I died from food coma shortly. Dude, that's me with the Costco poutine. I ate a whole Costco poutine to myself, and then I passed out for like 3 hours. Okay, I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
It doesn't make sense though. Is that possible? Like when you shoot someone from the back, is there blood splatter that shoots towards you? I feel like it would shoot out, right? Like I don't know. I don't know how blood splatter works. That just sounds weird to me. You shoot someone from the back and their blood splatters all over you. I don't know. Oh, I had a problem with Costco food court this week. There was a blue rubber thing in the chicken bake. Oh! Ew, did you go to them to complain? Report it to the manager and read it. But yeah, I don't think a chicken bake is an option at Costco that I have. Unless you mean I know there's like fried chicken, but like chicken bake, I don't think I've heard of that. Manager walked over to the food court with me and refunded me. Yeah, that's fair. Said they would inspect the batch and maybe throw out the batch. Yeah. Rip Marble, yeah, rest in peace, meat saved. I'm not sure I'm at a part where I need saving, but I will save anyway, thank you. Oh, Bayo, I meant to mention it to you. I went to look for the Hogwarts Squishmallows, and they were all gone. Like, well, there were a couple, but not the ones I wanted. Like, I went Squishmallow diving. I was all up in the box of Squishmallows, and I couldn't find any. They must have been sold out. They must have sold out really quickly, actually. There was only Ravenclaw left, actually. Ravenclaw was the only one I could find, but I didn't want it, so. I think someone took the last Slytherin when I walked over. But yeah, I was also there to witness some people actually buy those ginormous bears. Do you have another Costco in another town they maybe restock? I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it to drive to a Costco just to buy that, so. In any case, I did see them on Amazon. I don't know if they're still being sold on Amazon, but we'll see. It's not... My world does not end if I'm not able to get it. The thing is like, they're quite big. So yeah, they are quite big, and so I don't know. I don't have the space. If they made little mini versions, I would buy them, but like, yeah, the big ones, I don't know. I don't think I have the space for them. I'm holding my snake now. I named it Squishy. Ooh! I love Squishmallows because the texture is amazing when you squish them. Like, I don't know, they're called Squishmallows for a reason. You kicked a kid kick a kid to the sun. What are you? I don't know what is going on with you and the sun, Cammy. First you fell on it and now you kicked a kid. I don't understand what's going on. Are you playing a game? Alright, what were we talking about? Did I accidentally skip it? Ah, yes, I was pressing on the blood splatter thing. All over her. Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What would the coat be in such a dark color? But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
Well, it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Oh, bother.
Okay, toss the gun out of the peephole? Why would you toss the gun out, you know? Picked it up and made my escape. But then why did she pick up the other gun? You know, like, none of this makes sense to me.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. Also, heads up, we have more ads in 5 minutes. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where, exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then... The girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place.
So, it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up?
We made a bit old mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Whoa, what's happening? Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Damn. Some sibling fighting going on.
Something wrong, sunshine.
That should be my line. Do you realize you were just violently shaking, Mr. Skulkin?
Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he?
What was going on just now?
You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door.
Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my brag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
Oh, blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
My lord,
I guess that's the bailiff.
requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Explain yourself, officer.
I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Will I be live tomorrow? No, I will not. I only stream about 3 times a week.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector.
But yeah, I normally have my schedule on the actual Twitch schedule, if I remember to update it in time. Otherwise, there's also my Twitter, which is linked somewhere in the page.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report.
Goodness me! See, what did I tell you?
Objection.
No, the blood on that overcoat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was...
I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not?
But a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. Can't be done.
But... We used Mr. Sholmes especially for... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Brodsky, the starving boy, and he ran away crying.
I don't know what that was about. Damn, they're all dunking on Sholmes. I can't stand the slander. Also, I did snooze, so I'm gonna run the ads now. And so, yes, another 3 minutes, hopefully less. Sometimes Twitch doesn't give it the full 3 minutes, but we'll see. And then we will continue this. So I will see you in 3 minutes. Hopefully you see this message before the ads cut in, I don't know. OMG, I just thought of something and investigated on a hunch. Costco Canada still has awesome car battery warranty. Warranty 48-month free replacement period and 100 months prorated. What does prorated mean, by the way? Because free replacement speaks for itself, but what does prorated mean? I don't know too much about cars. I just know that I drive one and miraculously I've not crashed it yet, so. I also still cannot. Like, Iris must be like so upset right now at this man. What is it? It is 10:30 for me. And you know what? I think we're getting close to the end. We are getting close. Now I kind of want ice cream after hearing about ice cream. Ooh, at Costco, I bought cinnamon buns. I really want to eat one. Oh man, but it's like, it's so late in the evening. Should I do it? The thing is like I want to eat it warm. What's the point of having a cinnamon bun if you're gonna eat it like room temperature, right? It has to be warm. The icing has to be like melty, and you know, like you gotta have it with ice cream. Means they will give you back the value of the battery until you hit 100 months if you have a dead battery. Oh, okay. So if you use up the battery, or whatever it is, if you like kill the battery before 100 months, then they will give you back your money, basically, kind of. Oh. So if the battery was $200, it would be 200 over 100 per month. So your battery would lose $2 in value every month. So that means if before the 100 months up is... Before the 100 months, if your battery dies, you get whatever's left in value, basically? Is that what that is? Is it essentially a way for people to get their money's worth? Man, adulting is so complicated. Yes, okay. Now would also be a good time to save now that I think about it. For 100 months and after 48 months. Okay. You know what? That reminds me. I need to replace the battery in my car keys soon. Need to go to the store and buy a battery. I looked at the manual. It doesn't look like it's too difficult. I just gotta unscrew it and open it up and then swap out the battery. Also, welcome back from the ads. Alright, time to continue. 48 months is just pure replacement. Okay, I see.
Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
My lord!
Funny. We acquitted McGilded on lies, and now they're going to persecute Gina on lies. So at 49 months, you get a refund of 200 minus 98, which is 102 refund. But if it dies at 99 months, you would get $2 back. That sounds kind of sad, even though, like, that's the math. But could you imagine, like, your battery dies at 99 months and now you gotta go claim your $2?
Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men, all for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Time for one last summation examination, I guess. Also, thank you for the posture check. My posture is normally terrible. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast?
How very distressing to be held in such low esteem.
Is it Jones? It's him, isn't it? Oh no, is it the bailiff?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer? Or is that Sholmes disguised as the bailiff? Iris did say he was good at disguise, or he was working on his disguises. Oh my god, it's gotta be Sholmes. You've delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes! Ow, I love this! What is the meaning of this? Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Holy, it's really you! You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What you say to this, Lord Van Zieks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, Sholmes!
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? Iris looks so happy, she's so cute.
All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Early, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
Susato! What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping?
A leaving present from Miss Susato.
From Miss Susato?
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? If it's a Magatama, I'm gonna cry. Oh no, never mind. What is this?
Oh!
Is it the cat door machine?
It's the machine I made.
Oh.
Meow! Ow.
I love Wagahai.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What? What is that?
I call it the cat flapper mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I am a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
Not
at all cryptic, then.
Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night. But why?
Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time already?
I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests. I have to do a summation examination, don't I? Let me save. I don't know what else I can cross-examine him on. Or maybe the thing is, I don't know if I can change the witnesses, their mind. Well, I did save, so I can just pick whatever and load. I mean, we can try to cross-examine. I don't know what the cat flapomat's supposed to be. Let me examine it, actually. I don't know if I can even look at anything on here. Phew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for the job. Just for this job. This cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top here?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
Oh. Did Susato do that then? Did Susato make the peephole after? Maybe there was no peephole. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flapomat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Wekahai's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons.
Oh, I feel that. I think I've looked at everything. Like, I can't really examine this thing anymore. Let me... Was not there before. So the cat flapomat was made for the peephole, so there's no way it could have been in there. You couldn't have seen inside the door. Ah, okay. We have our thingy. So I guess we have to cross-examine then. Because it's something wrong with his testimony. A further cross-examination.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. I'm still alive. That's good to hear. It would be unfortunate otherwise.
So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence.
If, following that, the statement remains unchanged, I shall have moved to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to present evidence on the statement where he says he looked through the peephole and show the picture where, like, the door doesn't have one. My lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
The way he spazzed, though. Mr. Sholmes!
Please zoom out so I can see him passed out on the floor.
No, they deprived me of that. How could they? To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Yes, Cammy?
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
You gotta go? No worries. I'll see you next time. I hope you have a good night.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Or a good day, I guess, depending on where you are, but yeah.
Thank you for watching me. Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
The next time I'm going to stream is going to be Sunday, but that's going to be a different game. I was going to finish Doki Doki Literature Club because I wanted to get the good ending. But yeah, otherwise, if you want to catch the Ace Attorney streams, I normally stream them on Wednesdays. This week I had an exam, so I moved it to Friday. But yeah, normally it's Wednesdays. Right, I don't remember what the question was. Oh, he asked if we were fully prepared. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susada-san has given me. Oh, thank you for the gift. I didn't look in time to see what hit me, but thank you. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well, then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
See you Sunday? Yeah, see you then. Okay, the moment of the shooting again. Where is it? Through the peephole. Okay. Let me save. I don't know if showing that picture is the right thing or if I'm supposed to show the door cutting thingy. I will try though. Present this picture. Photograph of Gina.
Objection.
The witnesses. Is it not right?
Oh. Heaven's sake, would you kindly desist from that wide-eyed panic-stricken look you are wont to wear?
But it's the only panic-stricken look I know. Am I supposed to press him on thing? Let me load. Am I supposed to press and then present? Present the cat flap amount at either statement 3 or 6.
Oh, it's the flap-a-mat thingy, okay. Not the picture. I guess that makes sense.
Objection.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? It's a newly made, what was it? Circumcision contraption. All the rage now in the hospitals. Cuts through anything, I hear.
Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of the room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap at the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say? I did think the peephole was kind of weird. To like have that in, like the door that leads to the storeroom that keeps everybody's stuff. Like, I don't know. 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together. And it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course, there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection.
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the people in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Oh. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order? Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection.
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy, Kiwi, time for dinner. Meow. Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flap. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flapper mat creates all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Winterbanks are an exact match.
Oh.
Old Sicky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I see. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
And you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole's dimensions are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? Prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to a native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Prove that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Well, there's that photo of Gina where it's not there.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras, right, again.
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. I'm surprised his arm hasn't gotten worse. Order! Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. And not fellatio, because that's something else.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene.
That's what you got out of this?
But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks.
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no. I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
Oh, how did you know he was shot in the back?
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. I haven't saved in a hot minute. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, third gun. Would it have been the bloodstains on the coat then? Apparently either of these two are right. We'll go with the bloodstains. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole and the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. And let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks, constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pond articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
Consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible? Who is talking?
Oh. Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied.
Oh,
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
oh, of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. It's gotta be Gregson, right? I don't know which evidence it is, though. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? It's gotta be Gregson.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they have been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh, yes. Now you mention it. The bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making it all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? For money? I don't know. Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, that it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wondered perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
Second disc?
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
There are a lot of things going on. We got perjury, we got malfeasance, we've got other stuff. Like, I don't know, there's just been so many going on. There's been so many charges being raised. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is a Snippanese student's speciality.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless accusations. It is incumbent of the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Has to be the music disc. Has to be. Can't think of anything else, but I will still save.
Bruno, do you think it could be...
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in the puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with a witness?
The disc, right?
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box, designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Ow!
His chips went everywhere.
Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much.
Oh! Thank you for the raid, Metal Ghost. How are you doing? Did you have a good stream? Welcome, everybody. We are on the... We're pretty close. We're on the last case of the first Great Ace Attorney game. You were continuing Spider-Man 2. How is it? Does it continue the story from number 1?
So, hand it over.
No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Oh yeah, the story's been very well paced, and yes, it goes right after the first one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about the story because I've never played it. But that's good to hear that you had a good time. It's always jarring when the story's not well paced, so I'm glad to hear that they did it right in this game.
My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of those music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon would have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this courtroom? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say... My god, not the cops doing this, what a villain. Yeah, I mean, I guess... Gregson didn't care how he got that second disc. Even if it means committing malfeasance. Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector?
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
Oh my god, what if he hid it in his butt and we're not gonna find it? What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here.
Oh no, he ate it? Like, oh my god. I feel like that would hurt. Like, that disc looked pretty big.
If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
We shot down missiles yesterday. My friend heard booms in this city, thought we were at war. I told him if we were getting bombed and we were at war, there'd be no doubt about it. Your window would be blown out. Oh dear. That sounds terrifying. I told him I heard fireworks. So he heard missiles and you heard fireworks. Clearly we must inspect the butt. Oh no. I'm gonna be honest, Gregson's butt is like the last place I would want to inspect. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement with something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel, you know the implications. Let me ask you one final time. Let me save one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting the search of the inspector's personal effects? Maybe search someone else? Would he still have it, do you think? Has to be someone else. The question is who? I don't know, man. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well,
Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical nippity stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Also, heads up, we have ads in 4.5 minutes.
Be quiet, all of you.
Who said that? I don't know.
Oh, that's Iris. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Damn, when you need an 11-year-old... Is she 11? When you need a 10-year-old to lecture you about being British, you know you're not British enough then. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? Well, the only other person who was near him was like, this guy, right? The only two people he had interactions with is the Skulkin brothers, and the one that was closest to him was this tall one. I mean, we saved. Oh, hold on, we can save again. We have the right one picked, yes.
Take that!
Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never.
Blimey. Me? Him?
Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Please, my lord.
Inspector.
Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zieks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now, hold on a minute. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
Ah! God, what are they doing to this man?
Yeah, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this.
Good lord, that's... I'm so used to loud modded fireworks that sound like bombs in my neighborhood that they don't even faze me. People mod fireworks to make them louder? Really? I've never heard of that.
Another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Meanwhile, on Twitter, people are going nuts and really think we're getting attacked. And the 3 cities over. Oh. Can't say I've experienced anything like that. Okay, ads are in 30 seconds. I'm just gonna run them now. So then another 3 minutes of ads and then we will return to this. I desperately need a bathroom break, so I will be back and I will see you in 3 minutes. I haven't decided whether I want to cave in and get a cinnamon bun, so we'll see. But yes, I will be back. Whether I will have no, I would have to put it in the oven. But I so badly want a cinnamon bun. Maybe later, maybe later. I'll be back. Alrighty, I am back. We still have like 2 minutes left of ads. I think I'm gonna wait until after the stream to get a cinnamon bun. Because then that way I don't have to worry about time. And I can heat it up I think we're getting near the end though, and I think probably once this case is over, I will probably call it a night. Just because it is getting late and I gotta... This is the week I have to wake up early to go shopping. Where I do my 8 a.m. Saturday shopping to the store because I don't like people. I'm getting eaten alive from bugs. Oh no, that sounds terrible. Is it like mosquitoes or just what kind of bugs? It's winter now though, so I don't know. What kind of bugs do you get over there? You're just getting like bitten and stuff? Because that sounds really unfortunate. I don't see holes like mosquito bites. Oh. Huh. But is it still like bites though? Like maybe like a little inflammation? Oh my god. I hope to not experience bed bugs. Those things sound terrifying. Oh my goodness. I saw what those things look like and But yeah, I don't know. Depending on the bug. Most bugs though creep me out. It's just, I suppose it's the unnatural number of limbs I see on them maybe. I mean, I guess from a distance they're fine, but if one of them came up to me, ooh, no. Especially spiders. I do not like spiders. The only spiders I like are the cute little jumping spiders, and that's because they have like giant eyes that are like super cute. Just checked for wounds with rubbing alcohol. Oh, I suppose if there's no sting, then there's no open wound. Do you just have like some sort of like allergic reaction maybe? Also, welcome back from the ads. Right, we are nearing the end. Did I read this line? I don't think so. I wonder if this is a hives to medicine. Could be anything really. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. But if that was true... oh dear lord, I need some water. But if that was true, shouldn't it be all over my body? I'm only getting it on my feet. Oh. I have no idea. I don't suppose you stepped on something, maybe. Whatever it is, I hope it gets better. I don't know. That doesn't sound like it correlates. Medicine for your cough and then only getting hives or something on your feet. Ankles? Oh my god. I had a friend who had mosquito bites on her ankles and like she kept scratching at them and so it ended up really bad. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was.
What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. Me head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. And that was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it. This is my new favorite line. Well, bless my wig. That's such a good line. You. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
By the way, the Ace Attorney mousepad came in today. It's huge. Is it? Wasn't it a desk mat? Was that wrong? Was it just a mousepad? I thought it was like a desk mat. I don't remember. I just remember it being really pretty, and that print of like all of them in suits and dresses, like chef's kiss. Oh my god. Does this mean? It's a XXL mousepad. I didn't realize mousepads came in sizes. Man, the mousepad I have right now is so old. Like, god damn, how old is this thing? I don't know. Maybe one day I will replace it, but for now I will keep using it. Oh my god, actually, how old is this? I think this mousepad's older than 5 years, probably. He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon.
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination.
However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Oh, this is the judge.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings.
Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite sure in service one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust and eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now.
Is Ginny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. I don't know what I've not presented yet to the court, so let me take a look. So it's okay to send an innocent person to jail. Ginny is going to die. No, it's not. We're trying not to send her to jail. I don't know what I have that I've not presented yet. Literally, the only thing I have is like the fucking manuscript. He's guilty. Look at this manuscript. Something that proves... something that proves Graydon did the murder or Gregson is lying. Oh my god, what if we do use the manuscript like Gregson? Iris wrote this manuscript. That is literally the only thing I've not presented. I'm gonna fucking cry if that's the right thing to present. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. All comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? I think my best bet is Gregson and to show him the manuscript. That is literally my only thing. Or... I don't know. But then, the manuscript doesn't have anything to do with Gregson. Does it matter who? Let's go with Graydon. I did save. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I've nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. I mean, we did get the second disc, but I don't see it here. I guess it wasn't admitted as evidence. Strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Windibank's 2 days with the black overcoat. Well, what do we have to lose?
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box council? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc council.
No, wait, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness.
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Van Zeeks is just eating this all up. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
There we go with the leg.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
No! God damn Van Zeeks, the one time he helps me. Yeah, get him. Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
All right, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed at the recess and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So, how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. Bad cop? Yeah, we did play a bit of bad cop, didn't we? Unless you mean he's a bad cop, which he is also. He was trying to do his job, but he just didn't care how. The people in the storeroom door, the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You. Traitor! Oh shit! Oh shit! Van Zieks, throw your wine glass! He choked out a fry? Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. They do like their long silences, don't they? I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, trying to escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. What was with the slipper, Bayo? Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, you know what? That works anyway. This man needs to be tomatoed.
You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now.
Still feel he could have had a more evil or sinister name. OMG, that devil. Yeah. Do you mean Ashley Graydon? I mean, that name doesn't sound very sinister to me. Neither does Magnus McGilded. Oh! Who threw that rock? Bayo again. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely realize the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. Oh! Tomatoes are expensive. Inflation. Do you mean real-life tomatoes or the redeems? No, the redeems are the chains. So are pet rocks. Should I? Theoretically, at a certain point, I could hike up all my channel point redeems. My tomatoes? Why are they expensive? I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Or do a group event for massive points. I mean, I know there's that, sometimes there's like that goal thing where everyone can put their points in to reach a goal. There's also predictions. I don't quite know how they work. I need to look into that. Thank you for the headband. Something painfully uncomfortable for you and entertaining for us. I don't know. I'll have to think of something then.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, May.
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has...
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. Or two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Live reading of your smut with voice acting. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, I draw the line. I don't want to read my smut. I will accept smut written by someone else, maybe. But to read my own smut? No, I veto that. No. Not happening. I would accept smut written by someone else, but like my own smut, no. That is, don't ask me to like empty all the skeletons in my closet, please. I already put it out on the internet for people to read. For me to voice act it or like read it out loud, I cry. Get AI to read yours? No. That's gonna be so cringe.
Hey, thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed.
How? It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. First involved the first of the 2 discs in the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas, Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Or we could write and voice AI of Moo and have it read it. I think we have enough sample words. I would not like that. I don't agree to anyone using my voice to make AI. I don't like the idea of people being able to make my voice say whatever they want. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal. The exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
Hello, Gold. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. A fine use of your points, Gold. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Oh my god. I have over 14,000 of them. Oh, damn. Yeah, I need to go figure out like a big redeem or something like that. Or set up some sort of like community goal event thing. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. My name is Ashley Graydon. You have killed my father. Prepare to die. We have a community goal. Live reading of your smut with voice acting. I don't know about my smut. Maybe someone else's smut. Revenge? The thing is, I don't even know if I can. Am I allowed to read that out loud on Twitch? I have to also look into that.
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways.
Why aren't you proud of your smut? I am never proud of my whatever I write. God, I hope none of you have ever read what I've written. Oh dear lord. There's a mature label, depends how smutty it is. Yeah, no. Don't say anything, Chiro. Don't say it. You could always add a dolphin sound like SpongeBob. No, that's so much effort to like censor myself every time. Unless I make it myself. Could you imagine? I just make it myself. I just like, he puts his E in her E. I'm tired. I don't know what I'm saying. Very smutty. Yeah. I don't like to half-ass things when I write. I mean, maybe I do towards the end when I'm like very tired of writing something, but like normally when I write something, that's even better. But yeah, I'll have to look into that. I mean, guess there's the mature label, but yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see.
McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire.
Oh, he hired a hitman.
If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
Oh, damn.
Who would have thunk? That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man.
Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? It is sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, I promised. 10 guineas for your young man.
What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery.
Aye, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing. We picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. Then something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb.
Oh, it wasn't grazed, it pierced. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. It's so quiet.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
You've become the very thing you swore to destroy. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank. and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
And now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah.
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrett of Squadron standing by, sir. This is it, really. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
And then they all call her guilty? No! After all my hard work. And it amounts to nothing. Like the man admitted to the murder, but Gina still found guilty? Oh my god.
You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yay, confetti!
That's the stuff. I'm off book. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
What's this sniffing for? I still love that emote.
Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilt's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGilt's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
If she did not do that, she'd be dead, commanded. Yeah, McGill threatened to kill her. Quite so, my lord. Prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Yeah, fuck the government. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so. Who says that? If I may say something on that point. Isn't that? Oh, this is her.
It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Bruh, girl seeing and binary.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of 2 different tones.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, my lord.
That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. Got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
Is it gonna be like Maya, where she keeps coming back?
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade,
Not guilty.
yay, confetti!
And fireworks.
Oh, that's her. That's so cute. Oh, why are you booping my nose so much? That is all. Court is adjourned.
Oh my god. Oh my god, why is everybody booping me? Oh my god. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
There's like 5 minutes left until the ads are supposed to run, and I don't know if I can finish this before then. I hope so, but I trapped the mosquito in the bathroom. I don't know why they're doing it. I lured it in there with light. Oh, that's good. Hopefully your feet are safe now. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason.
Me?
To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
Oh, no, no, no. We save that for the bedroom, Van Zeeks, not out here in public. We don't lock swords in public. Oh, let me snooze the ads. Hello, Roderick. Thank you for the raid. Did you have a good stream? What were you playing? I think last I looked, you were doing Valorant or something. Yeah, Valorant. How was it? We are just wrapping up the end of this case. But yes. Oh, hello, crazy good dude. How you doing? But yeah, how was Valorant? We were being goofy goobers. That's always good to hear. But yeah, we're very close to the end of this case. I was hoping to... Ow! I was hoping to finish this soon and then go raid you, but you beat me. God damn it. Oh, I didn't mean to autoplay. Oh! Oh! Oh, I skipped a bunch of text. Oh my god, my dumbass. Now I gotta look at the history. He was betrayed. He has trauma. 5 hours, so long. Oh, me streaming? Yeah. I was like, I thought I would finish, and I am finishing, but like, oh my god, it's like dragging on a little bit. Okay, where was I? We were unlocking swords with each other. Which I think is a funny euphemism, even though it's not in this context.
Okay. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
So he has trauma, and he is inflicting that on us.
But through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Oh my god, we're gonna get into his villain origin story. For those of you who don't know, I am trying to finish before the ads are forced to run, and like, this game keeps testing me.
Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. What does that mean?
Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again.
This doesn't quite have the dynamic of Phoenix and Edgeworth. Can we see my man Sholmes? Last time I checked, he passed out from a fever. Old Bailey's antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one's ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. The betrayal left a big scar. And Gina just make your move? She's like what? She's like 16 or something like that? Oh, she's 17. I don't even know how old we are. Oh, Susato's 16. How old are we? Like, it doesn't say. I'm assuming we're older than Susato. Maybe we're actually around the same age as Gina for all I fucking know. But we're going to university, so I don't know. Hit him with that fireworks gun. I think it was 18 to 19. That sounds about right. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
Oh, for crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way.
Yunosuke's 23, same as Asogi. Oh, okay. Hello, Pink. Thank you for letting me know.
I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks.
This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Who says this? Iris?
Pardon the interruption.
No? The bailiff? Oh.
Oh, is this Sholmes? Well, what the deuce does a man have to be, I don't know, to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice!
It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling.
This is Sholmes. He disguised himself as a bailiff. It's so cute.
Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, it was me all along. You see? Oh my god.
I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed, I was. But I managed to escape again.
Fucking hell, Sholmes.
Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
How very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel.
Very on point for a Sherlock archetype, yeah.
Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you.
Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Sholmes is telling me to touch him? Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, ew. There is nothing to perceive, but I am perceiving I'm making something out of nothing.
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Ow!
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but...
Oh my god.
An acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious.
I feel like that command is gonna be abused if I ever end up reading smut. If I actually end up doing that. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyways. Is that it?
Oh no! Not the spray bottle.
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
That will be used more probably.
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean, my god.
Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. And there are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildids of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, just give a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been there? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Sholmes, yes, Sholmes, I love him. How's it going? I had no idea you were alive. No problem. Hi, James, how are you doing? I'm doing good. We are reaching the end of this trial. I so badly want to finish this before I have to run the ads. I've used up all my snoozes, so we will see. I apologize in advance if I have to run them.
Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while.
The judge is better. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the box trotter stuff, what was in lug, blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, innit?
I don't think so. Ah man, I just got pre-rolls. Yeah, I'm sorry. I normally run mid-rolls to avoid pre-rolls, but because I'm so close to the end, I thought I could finish before then.
Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for him. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Oh, she's crying.
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Odo.
Yes? No way. What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... thanks, Odo. Gina, thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition and this trial's all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Ugh, not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
All right then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. All right then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
And that's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. Okay, so we are gonna hit the ads. Fucking hell. I wonder if I can get away with running 1 minute instead of 3, because I'm not going to be streaming for another hour. Let's see. This will be a test. Okay, pre-rolls are disabled for 11 minutes. Hopefully I think that should give me enough time. But we will see. I don't think anybody will will be coming in at the tail end of my thing anyway. Speedrun, yeah. Welcome back from the ads. No, is it gonna still? Oh my god, is it still gonna run the 3 minutes? I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm so sorry if you get hit with 3 minutes. I've never. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's still gonna run. Okay, 2.5. Very unfortunate. At least it takes into account. You're back already! Is everybody else back? Somebody tell me, please. Because the counter is saying 1 minute and 30 left, so someone else let me know if you're back from the ads. Somebody who gets ads. Because at least it took into account that I ran 30 seconds, and so it only ran like for 2 minutes and 30 instead of another 3. Okay, you guys don't count, okay? Metal and Shiro doesn't, because you guys are subbed, so you guys don't get ads. But I was so hoping, I wasn't expecting this to keep going for so long, like holy crap. So sad. Okay, another minute left. At least now we know that if you have the automatic ad manager thingy, that it's gonna run. I don't count, I must be dead. Well, you're a sub, you don't get ads. Dropped you a sub since the YouTube link showed up. Thank you so much. I don't really post anything on there, but thank you. The VODs channel has the VODs, but as for the other one, I don't know. I have been trying to figure out what sort of schedule works for me to like make content. Because I'm very bad at managing my time. Welcome back from the ads. For anyone who had ads for the full time thingy. I'm so sorry. So note to self, even if I think I am near the end of the game, just run the ads, just run the fucking ads. It's not worth the headache of snoozing, especially because even if you snooze, you still get pre-rolls. So like all the amount of time, during the time you're snoozing, people who come in will get pre-rolls, so I guess it's not worth it. Unless you're being raided right when you're about to run ads. Anyways, very sorry about the ads. I guess it's literally like we finish this conversation and we go see Susato off, and then it's like the end of the game, and it's like, oh well.
If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
I don't... The great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria!
Oh, wow. This looks really pretty.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
It's so funny how the emotes work together, the little peepo and like the wine glass.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Was she about to throw that? Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You? To Sato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? Do the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-a-mat, so I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think, and that door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door. Oh, the storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, I used the cat flap-a-mat to make the peephole in the door.
As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of that met my eyes made my blood run cold. And thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilted. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. And that's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah!
For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. But Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah,
You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Usato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Usato. And the truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Usato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. The revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph! What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
Hey. Sogi?
What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait, Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said Sogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Sogi was the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh.
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying?
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram. Pentagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Sogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Usato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color train from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications.
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
And the second is Hei Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
And the third is Guragusen.
Oh God, I can't pronounce that right. Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name.
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
It's just so strange. It's so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Oh, was that oh.
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Bruno come from. Oh, well... no, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Miss Susato, I had hoped to have... God, I'm stumbling. I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo,
please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie?
Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise?
About your manuscript.
Oh,
Oh yes, The Hound of the Baskervilles.
well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Beria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. And you know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Body's so hot.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
I love that. I love the little animations. What? Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Susato.
You love defending yourself in court.
Huh?
It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes. Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say...
Objection!
This is the credits. Yay! We finished the first game. Holy fuck, it's been like almost 6 hours. Oh, Christ. Oh, my goodness. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself.
So I advertise them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Oh my god, Sholmes.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement, for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast.
What kind of 10-year-old drinks coffee? Maybe she doesn't drink it. Oh my god.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Barely do rare Coben coins hide under rare sticks themselves.
Well, I don't know, Sir Nose's father is an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witness, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Man, the texts do be going speedy.
Having delivered the rushing dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wakahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair.
He brought Wakahai's babies with him. Wakahai had babies? Oh my god, good for her.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment.
I wonder if we'll hear from anybody else. I can't remember. Susato, maybe?
The latest Rants magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose. For an amateur.
Ha! Ha! Her ladyship puts me to shame. Oh my god, this man.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Journey, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. What? Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid.
Oh, he does his own stuff now. Where's his wife? Oh, right, his wife went to jail. I forgot. I'm so stupid.
My Rolly's back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I
enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
I guess we're really gonna be hearing from everybody, huh?
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. He's always going on about all them cases what Jones is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them.
Who knows? Maybe Gina will become a detective or something. I think that would be interesting to see. Her last name is Lestrade, so... Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets, please.
Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback and mill the tenant Skokin's milk run right. The three Muscowatsits. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth.
Oh my god, of course. This is... I don't know. Words cannot express. It's really over. Yeah, we got the second game now.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
But yeah, after this is the second game, which I am not getting into right now. Is this present me? Do I have something to say? Oh! That is so fucking cute. No way. That's so cute. I guess that's it then. Is it gonna be the long credits now? Why does the music have to be such a fucking bop? I don't know if I'll be missing anything important if I decide to skip this credit. I don't think so. I think it's mostly just like going past the characters and then them playing their animations. I could be wrong. I think so. I think it's just the characters playing their anime. Oh my god, it's this lady! You remember her? Swan Hat lady? Who fucking like flew and had babies? But yeah. I feel kind of sad. Like I know there's the second game to play, but goddamn. This was a roller coaster. I need to go see if I can get like a picture of that last image. That last image was so cute. That photo frame picture, please. Then give it a head pat. Beef Stroganoff. Or I guess Buff, right? His name was Buff. Which was basically French for beef, is that not? But yes, him and his pet snake. I am so hungry right now. I just got hit with that wave of like 1 AM hungriness. No! Did you see how Kazuma left? Like he stopped walking because he died. Ow! They didn't have to do me like that. They didn't have to do me like that. I guess maybe Susato-san will join us. But they didn't have to do me like that. Like, I just noticed that he stopped walking. And I was like, wait a minute. And I look at the background of the images, and this is around the point where he, like, it was the steamship. Now he's got the sword. Is Susato-san gonna be with us, or are we just walking alone? Oh, she's with us. This is cute. Do you think we'll get Shomes and Iris to follow us? The music in this game is like so nice. Like why? It's so pretty. Holy shit. This was our very first case. Ladies first. Oh my god, fucking Magnus McGilded himself. He was so slimy. And there he is, the man, the myth, the legend. Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I wonder if he's gonna join us. Oh my god, yay! Please tell me that Iris comes in too. Oh yes, and this was the second case. This was the second one, right? I don't remember, I think so. We got Patricia and Broly. We got these two idiots. Wagahai! Do you think Wagahai will follow us? Oh my god, please. I need Wagahai. I need her to follow, and I need her to be picked up with Iris. Is she not going to follow us? I think she's supposed to, right? Yeah, okay, there she goes. This is so cute. I do like this. I do like how this represents the flow of the story. And then this should be the last case. Do you think we'll see Gina? We haven't seen Gina yet. We haven't come across her. There she is. I don't know if she'll join us in our little parade. I'm hoping she does. Oh my god, she's readying her gun. I don't see her walking. I'm half expecting some fireworks. But yes, I love this game so much. I think I honestly prefer this over to like Phoenix Wright, if I'm honest. Is this the end? I popped back in. This is the end of the first game. We still have like one whole other game to go through. But yeah, we finally finished the first game. Did you see that? They did their little snap and it cut to black. Ah, I love that. I love the little details. More British accents? No, I can't do British accents. Oh. Kazuma. Man, I miss him. He was there for like one case and then he died. It's okay when you do. No. I'm so scared that an actual British person is gonna pop in and hear me, my pathetic excuse of an accent. But yeah, we still have the second game. Because there's adventures and then there's resolve. How many cases does this have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also 5. I think this also... I don't know if we return to Japan at some point because it looks like the Japan courtroom in this picture. So I don't know, we'll see. British people don't exist? Oh no, they're just an illusion. You were saying? What was I saying? I don't remember. Anyways, goddamn, we're finally done after a grueling 6 hours. Is anybody I follow still streaming right now? Oh, fucking Christ. Thank you for the geek. There's somebody playing Beat Saber. They probably will not be able to respond because, you know, rhythm games. Yeah, everyone else. I mean, there's Cookie. Oh yeah, sure. Who is that? Let me go look. Alright. Let me type in the name. Oh god. It's so late. I was debating on like, oh my god, this isn't gonna take long. I can finish the first game in like maybe another half hour and then go like have a little midnight cinnamon roll treat. But no, it is like it's like 1:30 in the morning and I need to sleep. Good night, James. I'm gonna start the raid. That's the right one, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, so next stream is Sunday. we're gonna be attempting to get the good ending of Doki Doki Literature Club, and I learned that the way to do that is to see every single CG, which basically means do everybody's route before the big bad happens. But yes, good night everybody, or good morning depending where you are. Thank you everybody for stopping by, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Yeah, I'm just tired. I don't know what to say, but you know what? I'm glad we all got to experience this ending together. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. That made me like tear up a little bit. But yes, I will see you guys at the raid. I don't know if Shira will do it. I'll just lift myself out, you know? Because I have that power. Why not? The raid is going to start any second now anyway. Can't wait to see you again, my bro. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you feel that way. Alright, see you guys at the raid.